I guess 12 o'clock is stream o'clock now. That seems to be the new order of things. Hello. Just give me a moment. I'll be with you shortly. Yes, it will be. That's why I'm paying so much attention to it. What am I looking for? Insights? So once you hit a grand total of $100, Twitch pays you. Apparently I'm not allowed to go back that far. Oh no, it does. Yep, CatCam's back. And I've earned $32.10. With a whopping $3.34 of ad revenue. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you to people who subscribed. Eventually, you'll be able to let me... I don't know if you are or aren't. You certainly can't show your stream key. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to show that, but whatever. Anyway.
If you do like these tank chats, do please...
I'm going to listen to some stuff about tanks. Right, so the first thing I want to find out...
This tank chat's going to be about the SDK...
Oh, don't worry. I honestly don't worry about it.
Or Stug, as it's often known in the West. The idea of the Stug...
So about 17... So I need a building that's about 17 meters wide to fit here, eventually.
First World War, the British put a howitzer on what they call a gun carriage, a track vehicle based on a Mark I tank. They do that in 1917.
See, I could probably make something out of this that fits. And reverse that, and that'll fit down this side. And then put something else over here. Because I don't think I actually have the right building for that corner. Yeah. So what makes you think that I can't show that? Because if I'm not allowed to show that, then I won't show that again.
So in the 1920s, the British come up with the birch gun, basically.
I don't think that I have reference for that exact building that I want to use.
And Germany looks at the idea, again in 1927, they look at the idea of putting a howitzer on what is basically a tractor, a Hanomag tractor, to see if there's a way of...
I'm going to use that. Anyway, I'm going to build the two other buildings that I've made textures for.
Is in 1935, General Manstein, who's chief of staff of the German army...
Oh, I'm going to use this one for that corner. That'll be perfect because I have front and side for that, yes. I don't think I bothered to go around the other side of that building though, which is annoying. Hindsight. Well, replace it with this building then instead. And then I can squeeze another building in between them. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, anyway, I already made two new textures.
Which is all about self-contained mobility, going forward with lots of other different units.
Did I put it in here?
To be able to go forward.
No, I put it into
The vehicles may be very similar.
into here, didn't I? Yeah.
How they're going to be used is going to be very different. Now, when he puts this paper forward,
So first thing we're doing is we're making Shop 08 and Shop 09.
the Panzer 3 and the Panzer 4 are just starting to, they're going through their development phase.
So this one, I'm going to need to use the end wall texture, so let me just go and grab that.
Those ones, what we were saying there is this idea that they are not having an easy time of it in the 1930s developing their new tanks. They've got technical issues, they've got lots of hurdles to overcome, there's financial issues as well about building these things. So when this comes forward as an idea from Manstein, the people such as Guderian or his boss, Lutz, who are in charge of the new Panzer Force, they are arguing
Brain, that one.
will take resources and potentially armoured vehicles away from the new Panzer arm. So they are saying they really don't like this. So there's a bit of a debate goes on in the German military, but von Fritsch, the German CNC, he sides with Manstein.
So basically I want to use this, don't I?
Do you think we should take this forward? So Manstein then sort of writes out a paper on how he sees these vehicles being used, and the Waffen-Amt comes up with a specification for what they want with this new Sturmgeschütz type vehicle. It's not actually called that at the time. So they say they want it to
Or
have
this one.
barreled,
That one ought to do it.
5 centimetre gun. They want it to be about the height of a standing soldier. They think it needs to be proof against 20mm ammunition being fired at it. That was kind of standard as a level of armour protection at the time. And they come up with some ideas as well about how they think this might be going to be used. And they go along to Daimler-Benz, who at this stage are looking at producing the first of the Panzer IIIs, and Daimler-Benz looks after the hull and the superstructure, and Krupp comes up with the gun. That's the idea behind how they're going to put this
3.7 meters wide. That's not a wide building.
Germans having problems putting tanks into production. They don't actually get 5 of the almost the 0 series, the test series of these vehicles, these first Sturmgeschütz, until 1939. So it takes a while to actually get these through development phase and through the factory. And initially, the very first design is going to be open top for this, carrying the 7.5 gun. Very quickly they realised, no, we're going to have to armour the top as well, because the troops inside the gun crew would be too exposed. Now, meanwhile, as that develops...
So that's Shop 08 or Shop 09? It's Shop 09, okay.
That will be the actual crews for this new artillery vehicle. And the artillery is the important word to remember here, because this is artillery in support of the infantry. These are not tanks in the new Panzerwolf or the Panzer arm. So what happens is the crews that are actually selected...
This should be an extremely quick building to make.
In 1938 they start experimenting with tactics, again with this idea of putting on some open-top early track chassis where they're putting some field guns on to test out ideas about how these might be being used, and it's the artillery doing that. And the idea behind that, again, Manstein's very clear about that. He sees it as the idea of the battalions that are going to use these are going to have 3 different companies, each of 6 Sturmgeschütz, and quite often they might be actually supporting infantry in very small subsections. It might even be 1, 2 tanks together. Very doubtful if a whole battalion is going to be fighting together at the same time. But it's artillery crewed, hence they become batteries.
Okay.
The crews of these vehicles,
I'm going to make that a separate thing. I'm going to cut out this doorway.
and their piping on their jackets is red, not pink, which was pink was a Panzer arm. So that's an important thing. There was a separation there, and the schools and the training and the ultimate outcome makes this Sturmgeschütz Abteilons or battalions become a bit of an elite. They are looked at as being very well trained, very well up for the fight. They are particularly respected in other parts of the military, and as we'll see, the Sturmgeschütz story is a success, and part of that success is down to the crews that are there manning them. Now, by 39, there's only those 5 test vehicles. By the start of the May 1940 offensive, there's 4 battalions are actually ready to actually go into service. And those battalions, the vehicles,
I'll just bring those in so that I have them when I need them.
They add another 20mm plates on top of that on the frontal armour. They set a crew of 4, so you have a commander, you have a gunner.
As far as I'm aware, there are no issues with it. For the same reason that there aren't any issues with using. For the same reason, Google doesn't have any issues with using real shops in Street View, because they're completely publicly accessible. They're just there.
And they take 4 types of ammunition. So you have armour piercing, even though it's a relatively low velocity gun, they come up with an armour piercing capped round. The second type of round you can carry high explosive.
I'm just going to get rid of this light. Flat shaded. That's going to make my life a bit easier.
When they advance, they do a heat round, high explosive anti-tank, and they also carry a smoke round inside with them. And again, very quickly, in those early war campaigns,
it is, yes. I know. That's because the texture is the wrong size for the building.
And again, as we've talked already, we often think of things like the Tiger and certainly the more glamorous German tanks as having the influence of Hitler there. If you read all the developmental reports on the Sturmgeschütz...
Right, so what size? It needs to be really short.
In this vehicle. Now, the models that go into production from Alf A...
Yeah, it's only 8 meters deep, plus the extension at the back. So that's actually about right.
In those development models, and they're made in relatively small numbers.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
That idea is really that we're seeing.
I think the difference is that those are a major feature of the product. Like you're selling their logo effectively. You're using that as part of the sale. You're using that as a main feature of your product. I believe that's the difference, but don't quote me on that.
Some of that is to make the vehicle simpler. Some of that is because, again, as the war progressed, it's what...
This is obviously not right because it is a 2-story building.
Looking at the reports on the Sturmgeschütz, he is arguing...
No, I'm going to do it slightly differently to this. Backtrack.
A long-barrel 7.5cm gun. The Germans have been developing an anti-tank gun that's 7.5 centimetres. And he's arguing that that should be fixed to the Sturmgeschütz. And they start with the L43 and then they come out with the L48. So different lengths, 7.5 centimetre gun. And that is then placed on from the F model, the Alf F and the Alf G, onto the Sturmgeschütz. And there's the real dividing line between them. The earlier models were the short barrel guns from the F and the G. And the Model G is the one they make the most of from late 42. They make the Model G right up to the end of the war. So those 2 different length guns, both of them have muzzle brakes on. They are powerful anti-tank guns because when...
Yes, I know that means it's now distorted again, but it's fine.
He also added they could have an anti-tank role, so they can help defend the infantry should they be attacked by tanks. Now Hitler, when he sees this being developed, or pushing for the idea of the 7.5mm gun, long-barrel guns with its very good anti-tank killing capability, basically the role, when that starts happening from late 42, the role of the Sturmgeschütz changes to very much an anti-tank weapon. And if you look at that, that's a theme throughout the German military. When they're fighting the numbers of Soviet tanks,
there we go.
Pretty much
that'll do.
That has an anti-tank capability is given that now, instead of a secondary role, is given that as a primary function. You've got to be there on the battlefield to take out tanks. So the Sturmgeschütz morphs into this very good mobile tank killer. So why is it so good? If you look at a Sturmgeschütz...
Problem is I want the roof angle to be steeper than that. So maybe I'll switch this for the Endo 1. Oh no, that is not what I planned to do. It's only the end that I want to use.
With the turret on is about just over 100,000 Reich marks, so you're getting a cheaper vehicle with just as powerful a gun. And what they can do there as well is, because it's low profile, it's harder to spot and to hit and easier to hide. So in that anti-tank defensive capability, it's a very, very useful bit of kit. And again, so you see not only are the artillery using this now as an anti-tank weapon, but it's also then starting to go to other parts of the German military. Very early on it was issued to the Waffen-SS, but then it starts equipping things like Luftwaffe ground divisions, it's going to the Panzer forces. It's being used as an anti-tank capability in a much wider way than was originally envisaged. Now, because it's then become an anti-tank gun, and we haven't got that infantry artillery support in the same way, the Germans then decide to design something called SD KFZ 142/2, which ends
That's
up
more like it.
becoming same vehicle, change the gun, but put a 10.5 centimetre howitzer.
The problem with doing things this way is that you get more
of the artillery support vehicle.
you get more materials, and every separate material is a new draw call.
About 1,200 made.
What have I pressed that has got this to happen? There we go.
Artillery placed exactly on the same Stug 3 chassis. So they go into service as well, so they add that role of artillery support because most of the Sturmgeschützes are now fitted with a long-barreled 7.5 centimetre gun.
There we
In the
go.
summer of 44, they
I will make
estimate
this.
1,400 of these in frontline service. The Germans are doing their calculation. They're losing about, they reckon, 13% every month of that Sturmgeschütz tank force. So they're gearing up all the time. And again, that interest from Hitler, not only putting more powerful guns on, he insists that the new model, the Model G, has 80 millimetres of armour protection.
No, I need the side pieces as well.
The military points out that's going to slow it down. Hitler says, not a problem, because again, in the infantry support role, you don't have to be that fast. And if you're anti-tank, speed's not going to be your biggest problem there. It's going to be this idea of the low profile. And if you look at the German production figures for armour, 43 onwards, what you're really seeing is sometimes it's overlooked, is this is now taking greater priority than many of those more famous German tank programs such as the Panther, the Tiger, the King Tiger, because Hitler as well from the top, he's realising the effects that a Sturmgeschütz can have. He's looking at the figures as well, he's got his own sort of ideas about tanks, etc., and he is seeing that transfer from tank production to Sturmgeschütz production, we tend to always concentrate on the tanks. Actually, the Sturmgeschütz production is growing bigger and bigger. And late 44, they're actually, this is the thing that's coming out of the factories more. It's the most numerous German armoured vehicle made. Over 10,000 of them are made of the standard Sturmgeschütz, another 1,000 with a 10.5 gun on. So, this is the mass-produced German tank. So what are you getting with it? I've mentioned about the crewing, 4 guys in there. If you watch from those modifications that are going on in the F and the G, one of the things to look out for, and it's a great spotter's delight to be looking at all these different models because of the different...
There we go, that'll do. Right, now I need to make this.
And you can also see during that production run, because it's such a long production run, it's not just the Ausführung, not just the model that's changing, but even within those models, as new simplifications are put by the Waffen-Amt saying, listen, you need to be able to do this instead of that, makes easier production. But the other thing that's going on as well is the bombing starts making an effect on the production. So, for example, in the Model G, it's got a new cupola on the top, Model G behind me here. That cupola for the commander, initially, it's actually on a ball bearing race and it's movable. When the ball bearing factory is bombed, they have to stop because they just don't have enough ball bearings. It becomes a solid cupola. Later in the G production line, they get more ball bearings again. They can make it back to being a manoeuvrable cupola on the top. And you'll see a number of different variations. Some Sturmgeschütz are going back to the factories to be rebuilt, sometimes battle damage, sometimes for an upgrade. So you'll see a combination of parts are going onto a vehicle. And also they're a classic one as well, first in, last out, that theory that if you have a delivery of spare parts to the factory, if they go in the storeroom, there's another delivery later, they fill up from the front. So sometimes you only get back to the earlier components at the back, right towards the end of a production run. So you find early parts going on a late model tank. So when you're looking at the pictures of all these ones, you can have that great delight in picking out, look, it looks like this factory, this thing, or it's had an upgrade, or it's missed out, or it's had field modifications as well, because there's a lot of these tanks around, as I mentioned, going through these developments.
What have you been doing wrong?
About 50 companies are supplying major components to put a Sturmgeschütz together. So you can see how that bombing campaign is going to be really affecting, as the German railway really starts hitting production from the beginning of 1945. That's when the numbers start really going.
Well, there's a lot of ways to do it.
Actually sells the Sturmgeschütz.
This is just the way that I do it.
Countries. Some go to Hungary, some go to Romania. 59 are actually sold to Finland, who are of course fighting the Red Army. And this is one of those tanks. You can tell, again, the manufacturer, September of 43 to September of 44, they add Zimmerit to the Sturmgeschützes. And MEAG has a small little...
That will be lovely.
Alket has this slightly larger pattern on the Zimmerit that's put on there. They call, or people tend to call it, waffle pattern. So this is an Alket-built Sturmgeschütz sent across to Finland. The Finns get 59 of them, first batch in 43, second batch in 44.
Right, this is going to be a bit of a pain because, as you can see, the texture doesn't actually line up with what I'm trying to do with it. And there's not much I can do about that.
Very much as it did in Finnish service. Modifications there, some of the modifications the Finns did over time, one of which was to add concrete on the front.
So I'm going to cut it out along this line.
A thicker level of armour protection. And again, Finns put logs on the side. You could remove those logs to help make a kind of lattice road, or to help you across boggy ground. Again, if you're fighting in Finland, when the snow melts, forest tracks and rides, etc., don't want your tank sinking. And they also have the effect as well, of course, of being slightly like standoff armour. Now, standoff armour, mentioning that, Schützen is added to the Sturmgeschützes. Hitler insists all German tanks have this standoff armour being added to it, and that goes on the Stug 3 as well. Initially, the fixings are pretty...
This is why you don't want to be using your mesh to perspective correct. You have to do it in the textures. It's fine for this small area, but if you're trying to do it for a whole building, you just end up with a mess.
Tank rifle rounds that are coming in about 13mm. The idea that they do test firing. If it hits the outer armour, it will pierce it, but it causes a round to tumble, and it doesn't penetrate the normal thickness of the Panzer III or the Sturmgeschütz armour inside. So they add that extra armour. It's only later they realise that this is also going to have a good effect against hollow charge when they're being fired at.
There we go.
Developments you can see on this particular tank. Later in 43, they come up. One of the most vulnerable areas around the Sturmgeschütz is round this mantlet. They come up with what becomes a Sauerkopf, or the pig's head type mantlet. If you look at the side of this from the side, this great big casting here ends up giving you this much better protection round where the gun enters the main part of the infrastructure. So you'll notice that going on there. And they do a further development that they actually drill through the Sauerkopf.
Right, that's that building made. I'll stick a chimney pot on it as well.
So you'll see some later models with a little hole there for an MG34 machine gun. MG34s carried, again, throughout the production run, different places, but you can see on this one they put a shield on the top of the fins, so you can fire behind that shield, and that again is for really close-in support or protection of the tank and the crew from attacking infantry. So the Sturmgeschütz, very successful vehicle, given out to other allies, as I mentioned, this one, the Finnish one, and it's worth just sort of rounding up from the Sturmgeschütz, because again, we often talk about German tanks being over-engineered, they spend too much time on certain quality productions rather than on, as the Americans did, you know, the idea of good enough is probably going to win you the war rather than top quality all the time. This is an example where the Germans have got it right and gone the other way. They've got a very reliable chassis for the Panzer III. They simplify the idea of how we're going to get that firepower onto a low structure. It's going to be great for defensive work, which of course really when you think after Kursk the Germans are defensive most of the time, and they can make large quantities of them. And again, many people looking back look at the time and energy, the vast amounts of money that's gone on vehicles like the Tiger. Actually with the German military have been more sensible in investing in vehicles like this, which does mean the villa being much more simple, can be much more mass-produced in the German sense, over 10,000 being made. And for the Allies, certainly the Western Allies, this is a vehicle that knocks out more Allied tanks than any other time. So careful we don't, as always, get seduced by those more famous German tanks. This is a vehicle that does...
Okay, what's this line here doing?
Armoured anti-tank warfare. This is what knocks out the Allies.
Because there's something here that should not be here. There's an extra line here.
So if you can support us, please do. Consider joining our Patreon scheme or becoming a member of the Friends. Any donations will go directly towards the Tank Museum and its activities.
Oh, I had it. There we go. There we go. Nice. Right. So I need to move the materials, the textures over. I need to put materials on it. I always do this. I keep forgetting that I need to put materials on it. Because otherwise it's just going to appear white. Like this. So material number 1. That. Material number 2. This is going to be a 3 material building, unfortunately. That. And material number 3. This. Right, there we go. Let's just get both of these textures over here. I should just be able to swap these bitmaps for DDSs directly. Because it should just... because OMSI's agnostic about that kind of thing. Okay, I need the O3D exporter. It would be nice if there was, like... if there were slightly fewer steps involved in converting stuff. Like if you had just had one importer where you import it and that imports all the textures and all the model files and puts them all in the right place. I have made one of those before. My scenery object conversion utility basically does that. Yeah, this is basically what my scenery object conversion utility does. Except that I've only let it do it for OBJ files for now. So I could just make it... oh no, it can do anything, because it actually uses Blender to convert them to an internal format to start with anyway. So... how far off the rails do I want to go here? Because if I make that work properly, that will really speed up my workflow. Because all I really need to do is skip the import from SketchUp step. I just need to I'd say that's at least 200,000 polygons. But yeah, that's going to be a hell of a lot better. Right, this was literally 2 years ago. So I need to remember how I actually wrote this. Let's just check what it does when I run it. Okay. Yep, this is fine. So basically all I need to do is I need to change this so that you can select a Blender file, and if it's a Blender file, I need to just skip the first step, just open it in Blender and do the export steps. So at what point does it do the export steps? I've probably stored everything in convert click. Browse omz.click. Yes, textbox model name. Browse source. Okay, where's OFD browse source? Because that will have the let's just put the music back on. Oh yeah. Okay. So these are the separators. It's been so long since I've done this. No, it doesn't. I'm trying to remember how to how I wrote this program in the first place. No, you know what, I'll just use the extension. I don't need to do that. Okay, so do conversion. There we go. Okay, so where am I storing the oh gosh, it's been so long since I've done this. Path.get directory name. Oh yeah. Yes. Extremely angry. Oh, come on, brain. You know how to do switches. Shut up. This is C#. Yeah, I know. No, not return break. I'm going to ignore those. Also, I don't know if it's going to return dot blend or blend, so it's time to look at the documentation. Returns the extension including the period. Okay, that's useful to know. And I'll also just do to lower. There we go. Then I don't need to bother with that. Case.blend, break, case.de, don't break. I'll just make the blend case overflow into the default case. That'll be fine. Actually, it won't be fine. Interesting. Oh shit, yeah, I remember how this works. Ah, yes. So, what I'm actually doing is, in order to import stuff into Blender, right, I'm actually writing out a Python script to tell Blender what to do. So, in here somewhere... Yeah, here we go. I'm actually writing a Python script from C# in order to get Blender to import the DAE file. I'd forgotten I was doing that. It was the best way I found. Well, yeah, I could write them. No. The problem is that, well, you could write it in Python and just have the whole thing run from inside Blender. But the problem is that I need Blender to behave in a very specific way on startup. And the only way to do that is using a Python script. So I need my external program to be able to tell Blender to act in a specific way. And the only way that I have found to do that is to write a Python script and hand it to it as it starts. Yep, running background, so let's just get rid of this stuff. Okay, so you can just pass in the file name. That ought to do it. Oh no, it's not going to do it, because that's all that's going to do is just open it. So actually I need to I need to change the Python script. No, no. A shitty Python model wouldn't have lighting at all. But yeah, that is the aim of LODs. Yeah, so it's this line. Right, Blender Python open file. Opening .blend files using Blender's Python API. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to switch the extension here as well. Or I can just pass it in... yeah, I'll pass in the extension, then I'll switch it. Yep. Okay, so now I need to pass the extension to that. And then actually all I need to do here okay, that should yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. I just have a single plane with the body material assigned to it. Hello, Tiff. Oh, you're about to knock the headphones off the chair and it's going to startle you. Oh dear. Oh, the face cam has frozen, because of course it has. Because this webcam's piece garbage. so you don't get to see the startled cat. Hello. There we go. Right, so, do I do anything fancy with materials here? I don't think I do. Excuse me. No, I don't. I mean, in theory, so long as the blend file contains models, contains a model with materials, that should be fine. It should be fine? Maybe? The other problem is it relies on having Blender 2.79. Yep, that's about right. That's perfect, actually. Let's just stick this on the desktop. Okay, what did I get? Ooh. Oh. The O3D file looks valid, though. Ooh. Afternoon. Well, yeah, you know what I mean. Right, so let's check if that actually worked in a way that can be imported into the game. And if it did, then I'll get the materials working. And if the materials work, then we're good. There we go! See? You see? I'm adjusting my scenery object conversion utility to import whole models with one click from Blender. So instead of importing stuff from SketchUp, I'm just switching it to import stuff from Blender. So you make a Blender file and then you do a one-click conversion and it appears in the game and you're done. Instead of having to go through all this copying textures around and blah 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 blah. So the other thing I missed there was I forgot to triangulate the mesh, but whatever. But you see, I know what I'm doing. So I believe the problem there is I'm getting a list of materials from the DAE file. So where am I getting the texture files from? Yeah. Get list of texture paths from Python output file. So where's my Python output file? And how am I getting a list of textures from it? Excellent. Where is my Python output file? It's probably in the source file folder, isn't it? Users, Chris, source, repos, scenery object conversion utility, yada, bin, debug, probably, data, Python output.txt. Okay, that's the list. So we are getting a list of all the textures we need. So why aren't we managing to read them? Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so that's not going to work because I need to get the full directory of texture. Let's try a different one. Hey! Now we're in business. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's change the output folder to being in OMSI. And now let's try shop 09. Right, now what we do is we try loading shop 10 in OMSI. Bastard. Bastard, bastard. Bastard, bastard, double bastard. Right, so what went wrong? Why did those textures not make it? Let's just try one of the others quickly. Yeah, so the shop 07 texture made it. Oh, hello. Okay, so non-DDS textures are not making it? Is that the problem? I don't know. Also, it's exporting all the meshes. Also, that's... Oh, right, I know why that is. Yes, enforce DDS. You will use DDS. There is no alternative. Right, so what went wrong there? I have another idea for what might have gone wrong. I'm just going to try converting number 10 again. As if at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh yeah. That's exactly what you want. Yep. Yeah, just don't render the vehicle at all until you get close to it. That'll do it. Oh, the camera's frozen again. Why does this keep happening? There you go. Nope, so has it just not pulled the textures across for that? Yeah, it hasn't pulled the textures across for that, so why is it not getting the textures for that model? There you go, STI shop10.dds, STI shop04tiles.dds. So both of those textures should be turning up in the output. And yet... Oh, I have an idea. Maybe? Yeah, I have an idea for why this might be. Yes, it's because those textures aren't actually in this folder, are they? Wait, Shop04Tiles is in this folder. Oh, but it's trying to use DDS ones. It applies until the next LOD tag. Okay, so the reason that texture isn't there is because it wasn't in this folder to start with. And the reason that texture isn't there... Hello, Tiff. Okay, you can have a drink if you want to. And the reason that texture isn't there is because it's a bitmap, and it's trying to move a DDS file, not a bitmap file. DDS will be enforced. Okay, that's the problem with that one, I reckon. Wait, no. No, because it only output that. So how am I getting the texture list? Also, I'm going to stop this from being ticked by default. There we go. I'm not expecting this to fix it. Yeah, and it didn't, because the file path is still the same in here, so it's still getting the wrong file path. So I need to get the relative file path. No, that's for a specific thing. Yeah, so it should get that. That's what it should be returning. Ah. Maybe there's a different issue here. Ah. I think there's a different issue here. A more fundamental one. No, that won't be helping, will it? I'm going to go ahead and suggest I accidentally removed that texture from the folder when I put it in here. Okay. So, we've solved that one. So yes, that was working perfectly. So the next thing is we need to make sure that we're not trying to move a DDS file. Hang on, I just need to check that I haven't done the same dumb thing again. No, it is meant to be a DDS. I just removed the textures from the folder. That was the problem. The textures weren't in the folder. So let's try converting it again. So how do I name these normally? STI. Shop 10, and then what do I normally put in here? I might need to put a separate field in for friendly name, but whatever. Hang on. Oh no. Oh, doesn't like forward slashes. Okay, I need to replace all forward slashes with backslashes. I think you can use a... Whatever. I'm just going to do it like this. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'll do it in that order so I don't accidentally get backslash, 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 backslash. Yeah, sure, whatever. Nope. So string input file. That would also do it. Oh, nope. Not quite right. Oh, hello. Almost right. No. We were this close. Yeah. Oh, hello. Well, that ain't right. So what's going on here? So the original texture file has this, so it should be replacing that with that. I mean, do I actually need to do that, or will Windows just accept it as it is? What's Windows going to do with a double forward slash? What are valid Windows file path separators? Okay. So it prefixes it using that. So how do I get that without the double slash prefix? Because I don't want path.base name. It specifically says it's going to do that with the double slash prefix. All I need to do is sanitize it. So actually all I should need to do is that. Yeah, there we go. Except it still isn't going to do it. Oh shit. Right, okay, so what I actually want to do is I want to copy the file over there, don't I? Because I'm actually moving it at the moment. Because if it's a DDS, I'm putting it into a separate folder. In order order to convert it. So I actually want to copy it if it's not a DDS. If it's already a DDS, I want to copy it. So somewhere in my system, those textures have been moved. I don't know where they've ended up, but they have been moved to somewhere in my system. So I'm just going to grab the originals from here again. Put them back in the models folder. Who knows? I'm going to check what the file path they're supposed to be going to is. P program files, Steam CMS common OMSI2 scenery objects new folder texture sti shop10.dds. So it hasn't. Okay, we haven't cleaned the input file, so it can't get an input file from anywhere. So why is input file not cleaned? That would do that. There we go. So now it should be moving it, copying it rather, from a valid place to a valid place. God knows if it actually has, but let's find out. Yay! There we go. Bug fixed. Hello, TIFFpad. Hello. Bastard! Oh, look at this. Looking for STI shop 10 underscore STI shop 10. We'll get there in the end. And also I'm going to add another another form for friendly name. Not form, another entry. Property name is not valid. That's very cool. Not valid. I wonder why that is. Oh well. Oh, because I'm debugging it right now. Yep, sure, fine. Anyway, so I need to find where the X file is being modified. Okay, out of curiosity, I'm just gonna see what happens if I hit include transparency. Because I'm curious if the file names are wrong here too. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm wiping the X files as I go. Okay, I'm not actually deleting the temporary DirectX file, so where is the temporary DirectX file going? Is it this one? No. No, that was edited the other day. But this one was edited just now. So where's the temporary folders I'm dumping these in? Is it in here? Yes, it is. So yeah, by this point, that's been replaced. Okay, here we go. This is the line. This is the bit that's doing it. Oh. Oh, I know why. Ah. Yes, this is actually deliberate behaviour. Yeah, it's so that if you are converting a SketchUp model and you have a bunch of different models with textures with the same name, it's so that you don't accidentally get the textures overwriting each other and accidentally get the wrong texture on something. So this is actually intended behaviour, but it's intended behaviour I'm going to get rid of. So now it's just going to overwrite stuff. There we go. Which one did I just convert? 10. Okay. There we go. We got there. Ignore the windows. I know why that is. Right. We're there. Okay. Give it a second. I hope. I really hope. There we go. What? Okay. Oh no. Wait. Okay. So that's that one. Yep, okay. There we go, we're good. Similarly, what did this used to be called? Okay, no, there isn't any callback. I'm not using any callback from that. So that's okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually using that, am I? Oh, I don't know. Fuck it. Let's see if anything breaks. That's the new plan. This is TBX friendly name now. So where's that used? What's the shortcut for finding where things are used again? Find all references, there we go. Okay. Sorry, yep. There we go. Right, let's see if that behaves correctly. Okay, that disables the wrong one, but whatever. I'm doing alright. Must be in here. No. Ah, right. That's the one. Okay, we're getting somewhere again. So now I just need to say friendly name. And thank you for the follow. There we go, that should be all I need to do. Yeah, I badly want one of them. I so badly want one of them. Or alternatively, 3 27-inch 1440p monitors, which would probably be more practical. But yeah. Money. There we go. Hey! Okay. We're pretty much there. So now I have a much faster way to convert stuff from Blender to OMSI. Which is not what I was intending to do today, but it's good. It's a good thing. We can work with this. So is this now the latest version? Yes, it is. I also need to change the I'm going to call that a major revision. That's 0.2.0. Right, yes. I'm going to leave the untidied up stuff. Oh, the camera's frozen again. Can this bloody thing just keep working for like... Hello, I'm going to startle you. I startled you. I'm sorry. She is beautiful, and she would like me to stop disturbing her. Yep. She's the main reason people come to my streams at the moment. So I'm still going to not clean up. So you'll have to delete your own folders yourself. Yep, there we go. I'm also going to change that to Blender 2.79. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. Shall I... Yeah, the camera's broken again. I woke her up again. That camera is just bollocks. Honestly, it just seems to keep breaking, just stopping for no reason. Let's try the rubbish camera. This camera is cheap as all balls. And thank you for the follow. This camera's cheap as all balls, but let's see if it actually works. There we go. Cheap camera to the rescue. So the other one's supposed to be the good camera, but this one's the one that seems to work. Hello. Am I disturbing you? This is sort of precariously balanced right now. There you go, Tiff Pet. Okay, what was I about to do? I was about to release a major update to this. Shall I? Oh no, I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to use it to make a few things first, check that it all works properly, and then I'm going to do that. There we go. Okay, so I need... So this should save a settings file. Right, now I need to remember where I installed Blender. There we go. Right. So which was it that we just did? Was it 09? I think it was 09. There we go. So if we go in here, we should have STI shop 09.sco. I need to change that text too. But yeah, that's generally good. Has it got the texture? No. Is it because I accidentally removed the texture from that location while I was messing with stuff? Yes, it is. Does that mean that I've now deleted that texture? Because I removed the folder that I was putting the test stuff into? Yes, it does. Have I possibly just deleted that texture altogether? Maybe. No. Please. No. Yep, that texture's gone. Well, that was the risk. Let me just check all the others are still there. I'm not seeing the pub texture either. Fortunately, that one is still here. Oh, and it is already in there as well. Yeah, no, that one's fine. So, Shoppo 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, so the only one we're missing is the Shop 09. Hang on, I did this through OneDrive. Maybe. Ha! Thank you, OneDrive. Okay, and now I just need to grab the sidewall textures as well. But yeah, there we go. We're back. Back in business. So we probably need to get the sidewall texture back the same way, I would imagine. Yeah. Right, that should make converting scenery objects into OMSI a hell of a lot faster. Because I won't need to mess around with all the many folders that I need to move stuff between. I'll just be able to click a button and convert them. Yes, Farthington is going to be expanded, finished, and sold on Steam. There you go. There is our new building. Lined up nicely against all the other buildings. Right, okay. That took a while. But that is going to be a significant improvement in my workflow. Right. Speaking of significant improvements in my workflow, I'm not going to be able to work very well if I don't have any fuel. So I'm going to go and eat some stuff. And I'll be back after lunch. Crunch, crunch. I'm back. I'm afraid the cat has gone. She's decided that was enough for her. She's been the star of the show. Right, well. Next building. Cue everyone leaves the stream. I think she was probably getting at the glass of water behind the camera. It's about 10 meters by 8 meters. In fact, what I actually need to do is that. I'm gonna have to inset it, aren't I? Let's just have a quick look at the real life building again. Yeah, okay. That's not right. It is there to there. And just fucking there to there. That's more like it. And you know, yeah. I don't want to have to use another bit of brick here, so I think I might see if I can get this white area projected onto it and see if that looks alright. Like that. Oh right, yeah, and I also need to flatten that up again. There's going to be a little bit of ain't right here, but don't worry, the only person it'll annoy is Bog. Just checking you were here. Nine. I need to separate that. No. Right, that's the basics of it done. So what else is going to be useful on this? I mean, obviously cutting out the windows would be a good thing. Cutting out the doorways. These ledges, I should probably cut them out too. Chimney? Chimney. Let's just assume it has a chimney. Does it have a chimney? It has a chimney there. Okay. It's kind of joined with the next building along. But I'm just going to stick one at the top there. Because I also want this to be able to be used generically. I don't want to just have to use it in its exact correct place. Dog go bork. Bork, bork. Heckin' Borg. Worf. Lieutenant Worf. I agree with the dog. Their sentiments really resonate with me. I don't know about you, but I've always felt that way too. So I could make this particular building bidirectional. Which might make it quite useful for putting at either end of a row of buildings. So I'm going to do that. Hello. On today's stream so far, we've made a program that converts Blender files directly into OMSI scenery objects without you having to go through the whole process of messing around with the X exporter and whatnot. And now I'm making some buildings, which I'm going to convert using the conversion tool that I made. Yeah, these windows are out of line on the real building, aren't they? Hi again. So shortly I will convert this building with the conversion tool that I made. And I'm going to blow your mind. I'm alright. Yesterday I kind of had to stop partway through the stream because I was shattered. So I'm taking it a bit easy. We'll see how we go. It's gonna really blow your mind. Even though I showed you. Even though I streamed me making it, it's gonna blow your mind when I use it. I can just copy it, can't I? Yeah, that lines up perfectly. Okay, so I'm going to cut this in two ways. Tools, knife project. There we go. And now again. Tools. Knife project. Right. We can get rid of both of these. And we can do that. Oh, it seems to be working really well. Are you going to tell me there's some hot new way of doing it that all the cool developers are using? Oh shit, hang on. That ain't right. Yes. That's the new way of doing it. Eclipse pack? What Eclipse pack? I only know of the veiling pack for copyright reasons. There is no Eclipse pack here. House is startled. Okay, I need to do something about this, because that's not great. There you go, that's a small enough move not to affect it too badly. Nah, not worth bothering. Right, are you ready to have your mind blown? Select the blend file. Okay, I need to save this in the thing, but I forgot to add the triangulation modifier. But that's fine. No big deal, because all I have to do is just press the button again. Did I name it Shop 09? I meant Shop 08. Wait, no. Hang on, I just converted Shop 09 again by mistake. I meant Shop 08. Of course, the thing you can't protect against is just human stupidity. Look, it's perfect. It worked exactly right. First time, there were no issues. We are not going to have to go back and revisit anything. Why this time? Shopper... No, that's not a problem with the converter. That's a problem with me. Don't worry. The converter works perfectly. I'm just a dumbass. There we go. There it is. There's our brand new building. Ta-da. Right, so, in real life, this church is a lot further that way. Also, it's a slightly different church to this one, because this one is a 3D warehouse church. So I might just move it over there and put things in their proper place, which would mean putting this here. Which I think would look a lot more natural. Because then we have these buildings flowing into these buildings. And everything just kind of looks right. Like that. Yeah, that's much more nice. Much more nice, yes. Those are the words I was going for. Also, I need to fix this. Fortunately, fixing this is a simple affair. It's a shame you can't just refresh models in OMSI. So which building set is this? Is this number 10? It's number 10. So, shop 10. I've already fixed it on the mesh. So all we need to do is just re-export it. And then reload it. This is going to make things so much easier. There we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move the church over here. So the church is over by the bus stop. I'm also going to pack it in more tightly. Like that. So instead of having this great big space in front of it, I'm just going to make it a much tighter arrangement. I'm hoping you're at least faintly amazed. Arse. Not with that. So I believe actually that the real church just kind of opens straight onto the street, effectively. But I'm going to set mine a bit further back than that because I don't like the way the entrance to this thing looks. Don't know. Oh, I forgot to get rid of that again. Yep. That's just because I forgot to remove the cutout mesh. It's fine. It's another case of me being a dumbass, not something being wrong. I'll fix that in a moment. Well, I've already fixed it. I just fixed it then. You saw me fixing it. I just need to reload it. I'm just going to do the traditional thing of filling in the space with terraced houses. Why, Omzi? Why did you think that was what I wanted? No. You can't put too many routes in a certain area and fill it up with too much density, because you end up just with shoddy performance. You really have to balance performance against appearance. And against features. There's no point having 1,000 routes if nobody's computer can run it. Right, so I need a building which has a reasonable side to use here. I'm just going to have to make another building. I mean, I need to make a bunch more buildings anyway. Hang on, no, this has a good side. Yeah, we can use that. I do need to improve the side-on textures of this building though, because the side of this building is horrible. Like, look at that. Ew. Anyway. Just put it there for now. I think this place is starting to come alive a little bit. I will just get some greenery along here. Actually, no, I feel like trees in a churchyard ought to be really big, because they should have been there for years. There we go. I reckon that'll improve matters. I'll just rotate this tree a little because I don't like how much it's overhanging right now. Yeah, there we go. I'm not convinced with how that tree's looking actually. Yeah, so the model of this church is a St. Mary's. Most of the churches around here are St. Mary's of one sort or another. That looks nice, I like that. Good big tree. Right, so... yeah, in fact, these buildings are in that order in real life. Yeah, this street is slightly compressed, actually quite significantly compressed in what I'm making compared to real life, but that's why it's a semi-fictional map. I get to do what I want with it. I literally just re-exported that building. There we go. There we go. Wonder why these ones are so much lighter than those ones. I'm probably actually using the wrong material or something. I'll figure that out in a bit. And again, I'm not actually making St. Ives. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, Omzi. You can do better than that. Now I could mathematically work out exactly what I need to do here, or I can just guess. What about DevKit? Ah. Well, I've worked out the exact offset that I need to use. So actually, that's gone pretty well. Arse. Oh no. I did it wrong. Well, there's an easy solution. There we go. Ew. No, that's not okay. Right, I get the impression that this is going to be... Hello. A bit of a trial to do the markings for, because I can't really do it the traditional way with the specific hatching splines. So I'm just going to have to improvise. And thank you for the follow. I'm currently streaming pretty much every day. I can't promise that that'll continue, but for now at least, I'm streaming every day. Basically because I need to get stuff done, and I also need to earn an income while I'm doing it. And I enjoy chatting with you guys, and all of those things put together says that I should just do stuff and stream it at the same time. It does, because otherwise people judge you. I'm just going to pull this up in the other window. Now I can just set a new parent. Ah! Oh, this is going to make everything easier. Because instead of having to make a new one every time, I can just set a new parent. And they'll already be at the right height with the right angle. Oh my god, that's the hardest part of doing this, and I've figured out a way around it. I'm sure this spacing isn't right, but whatever. Well, yeah, until the ground height changes, but then, like, then you're in trouble anyway. Yeah, he's not getting anywhere near this. He is banned. Also, these need to be the 150mm variant. I reckon. But that's a pretty easy change. And it looks like I need to do a little bit more tweaking because I think I've overlapped them too far at that edge. But honestly, the other thing with road markings is they were painted by humans. So, like, they're not going to be perfect, especially ones like this where it's a bit of a weird non-standard situation anyway. Yeah, but if you look at the real life one, that's a 100mm one half overlapped with another 100mm one. So I'm going to do what the real life people did and do it the lazy way. Plus I'm already done. Is that the origin one? No, it's not. Good, because that means I can just carry it on. It looks like I do need to tuck this in a little tighter. Okay. So then this is double yellow all the way and people just park on it anyway. Cool. Double yellow all the way across the sky. Bonus points if you have any idea what I'm referencing. Right, so basically I need to double yellow the entire area. Nope. Oh, hello. These should not be popping out of here. Just make sure it's parented to itself. Oh, arse. Okay. Oh, arse is probably my most commonly used phrase while I'm doing this kind of thing. I'm going to have to make an invisible junction for this bit. Or, of course, I could make an actual junction. Oh, the steering wheel's active. Well, let's just pick that up and put that on my lap. There we go. Who needs hard mounts or desk mounts? Just sit the steering wheel on your lap. That's the way the real pros do it. Yeah, that feels alright. Nice. Okay. We'll roll with that then. Bang. So another thing I was intending to do was to change this brick texture, because I like the brick texture. It's a nice texture, but it's way out of scale. I don't know if it's 2 times out of scale, but I guess we can find out. And let's just try to break up the repetition a little bit by moving a chunk of it into the middle and using a soft eraser to blend in the edges of it. No, that didn't work at all. Okay. Oh, I see the problem. One, 2, 3, 4.25. Oh, sorry. 1, 2.5. Yeah. So yes, this should be scaled by about half. I'm going to have to make a brand new repeating texture with this, aren't I? Because it's cut off slightly at the right side, so I'm going to need to make something. You see, that is not the right place for that to line up. It needs to line up here. Right, now I don't really want to use a 512 by 512 texture for this, so we're going to see if we can get away with 256 by 256. Yeah, I think we can. There we go. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4 and a bit. That's going to significantly change the appearance of the map. Also, this is probably going to need rescaling as well. Though actually that's 4:1, so that's probably fine. There we go. So that's what that should be like. So this one's actually closer than this. So I might actually need to do this slightly differently. So new concept. Nudge that up to there. Then scale it until it's 4:1, which is there. And then actually, look, that is going to work because I can just scale it by that much more, and then that's perfect. Okay. Right. And then if I just grab that and put that there, then I can use that to make the no curb version. Oh, sorry, I've only just realised that you meant the spacing between the lines. Ah, yeah. There we go. Oh, that just sort of instinctively looks about right. So I'm going to go with that being correct. There we go. Nice. Okay, so that doesn't actually join on there. Is our next problem. Neither of them is a parent. So this must be carrying on from over here. Yeah, so this one will be carrying on from there. Wait, what's the parent? That's the parent in that direction, and that's the parent in that direction. Okay. Cool. So where's the parent of these? Is it all the way over here? That's not the parent. You are not the father. No, that is parented to that. So if I just... Okay, I hit enter and it lined itself up. Oh no, that one's the problem one. There we go. Sorted. Also, I'm just going to switch these to this because I think that's going to look nicer in the big open area. There we go, I reckon that's going to look nicer. Then I might switch this one to the other one. Just because I want them to look like they were installed at different times. No idea. I'll get there when I get there. I'll probably end up changing all these back again at some point, but whatever. It's a distraction for now. I mean, in any case, it's a few hours in Photoshop. It's not the end of the world. Or Paint.net, rather. Right, what is the most important thing to do right now? I think the most important thing to do is to make more buildings. Because this town centre area is not going to fill itself. So it's time to go back to what I was originally planning to do today. Not that everything else I've done hasn't been valuable. But it's time to go back to what I was originally doing. I'm going to include this building in here as well because I'm going to need that texture soon anyway. So I might need to pull bits off that. I wasn't planning on it, it's so small. The thing is, you can go back and forth doing tiny little details like that for days, hours, days, years. You'll never stop. This one's going to be a really nice, easy texture to make. I do need a different kind of tiles for this than most of the others, though. Yeah. All I'm going to need to do is... So this used to be a pub, I believe. But it closed down a while ago. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to pull a roof tile texture out of this, but I'll try. Actually, that's already going to tile pretty nicely that way. Okay, if I can get it to tile more nicely in this direction, then I can use this. Damn it. It is, yes. But so's the building. You've always got to keep in mind the context of what you're making. I don't know what it is. God, every single building on the high street was a pub at one point. There we go. Closed in 2012. But yeah, every building on the high street was a pub. Bloody hell. Even that was a pub. That was a pub. The Greggs was a pub. The HSBC was a pub. The Lloyds was a pub. Bloody hell. Every building on the high street was a that was a pub? When was that a pub? Yes, right, so every building on the high street has at some point been a pub. Oh, I forgot to... what was the name of this one again? The Robin Hood? The Robin Hood. Oh boy. The Ram, the red... It's literally every building, isn't it? Like the peacocks that I just made. Look, there it is. That used to be a pub. That used to be the Brewers Arms. Even the DIY store is an ex-pub. Oh boy. Right, yes. Anyway, what I was actually trying to work out I should make a chrono event in which I revert every single pub to being a pub. I bet this used to be a pub. I mean, like, it's next door to the Weatherspoons. I bet it used to be a pub. Shall we see if we can find it? Yep, that used to be a pub. I'm not sure that was the same building, actually. Is this still doing the annoying barrel distortion thing? Presumably their camera has that much barrel distortion. And they set it to correct for their camera. Arse. There we go. That still looks like it has a lot of barrel distortion, doesn't it? Looks like I kind of need to do that to it. Let's just try that and see what happens. There we go. Fixed. I'm not sure what this is. It's probably a solicitor's or something, isn't it? Yeah. Nathan points out, my roof texture's nowhere near as crooked as this roof. Look at this. Buildings are weird. Never assume something in a building is straight. If you've ever tried to build a piece of fitted furniture to go in the corner of a room, you'll know that no building is actually square. So what is this? Copley's Solicitors. Yeah, it's a solicitor's. It looks like a solicitor's, doesn't it? So solicitors counts as shop. And turns out I don't need that. I can just use that for the side, can't I? Yeah, I can make a bit of side out of this, probably. I guess. Maybe. Maybe I do need that bit. It's really not going to go well, though. Yeah, the top floor isn't actually there for the most part, is it? So these two will be... these two will be protruding out of the roof. Anyway, whatever. Right, next. Gotta keep it moving. Need to keep building stuff. Yes. Yeah. So hey look, here's an ex-pub. We saw this one. This is an ex-pub, surprisingly. Shall I just drag in all of the shops that are left on this street? and just put them all into the in progress folder. Instead of having to go back and forth finding them all the time. Oh, thank God I did take photos of that building. That's a really useful Nightbot feature. You shouldn't be able to actually change the title of my stream while I'm streaming. Nice. Bark, 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 woof, bark. Oh, it's barking time, it's bark o'clock. Are you ready to bark? Woof. Rough. Yeah, this one's probably there was a pub at this address once. Instead of this building was a pub, because this just looks like so many Barclays. I'm pretty sure this was made by Barclays to be a Barclays. Alright, see you later. Don't you ever darken my door again. That's still slightly skew-if. See? Also, I think I'm going to have to mirror all of this. I have a plan. A cunning plan. You'll never see this coming. Aha! Bet you didn't expect that, eh? I'm honestly not sure if that's better or worse than just having it slightly wrong. Especially since I fucked up that bit of the texture over there. Worse. Definitely worse. Let's go for Cunning Plan 2.0 then. Yep. Imagine all the things we can spend London money on between us. Yeah, just don't pay tax. Duh. I'm not sure I even need to bother softening the edges up. I think that'll be fine. I will just clean up some of the reflections. Okay, maybe I'll soften this edge up a little bit. Yes, new learning experience coming up. Because all my tax previously has been paid for by my employers. You know what, I can't be asked to make a unique side for this building, I don't think. Maybe I can. Okay, I do have a reasonable texture to use for it. Am I going to be bothered to do this inset bit at the corner? I have the texture piece for it. I think the side I'm just going to use this for, honestly. Yeah, that's the positive thing. Yeah, you know what that's going to do. Less texture size. Do more with less texture. The shop 12. Okay, next. Hang on, now I need to do the brightness contrast adjustments. Because these were taken on quite a dark, dull day. And just upping the brightness contrast and warmth a teeny bit seems to help. Same for this. Same for this. Yes, works with whatever texture size you like. I would advise against using textures that large, just because then you're using very large textures with all of the disadvantages that come along with it. 512 by 512 is a good size if you can get away with it. In this case, I can't. I've been using 1024 by 1024 for these so far, but I will try to cut that down when I can. No, well, let me just move the ones I've done. Wrong key. Into there. So we don't have to look at them anymore. What was the other one that I've done? I've actually been being good. Yeah, exactly that. There is no one correct size for textures. The correct size is whatever size looks good without using an unnecessary amount of space. Yeah. Yes, ideally you'd texture everything according to its location in the map. But since I'm trying to make these objects to be more generic than that, that's the thing. Modularity is the enemy of efficiency. Since I'm trying to make these generically useful, rather than just specific to one particular location, I am compromising the efficiency of them for the sake of being able to reuse them. Which in my case is a fair compromise. I don't think that really needs any more adjustment. And I don't think that's necessary. I might warm it though. Teeny bit. Everything has COVID-19 notices on the doors at the moment. I'm just converting lots at the moment. I'm creating a lot of textures at the moment. It's often best to do things in batches. Then it sort of becomes automatic almost. Oh no, this one's the one that used to be a pub. I say the one that used to be a pub. Hang on, I could do to sort these out if I can. Oh, that's going to be surprisingly easy. There we go. One. This is going to be less easy. Correcting for perspective is a pain. There are tools to help, but they don't do all of the job. There will always be something that you have to do manually, or that is best done manually. Obviously, you can just leave it if you want to, and it'll probably be fine. this one, I'm just going to go with something along those lines. Yeah, that'll work. So it looks ugly here, but here I'm zoomed in so you can see it on the pixel level. When you're actually using it in the game, this will be significantly more acceptable. I also kind of need to move this bit across to about there. Like that. And then flatten that down, grab that half, and flip it across to this side. It's never going to be perfect, but and again, it's kind of about, it's not only balancing, making stuff isn't only a balancing act of the quality of the thing you're making versus its performance, it's also a balancing act of the amount of time you spend on it versus how important it is in a scene. I forget I can deal with that in Blender. Yeah, if the X file is too big, then you'll get that error. Ooh, this one merges into the building next to it. That's going to be interesting. How about I just ignore that it does that? The problem with ignoring that something works in a certain way is you start to build up little inconsistencies, or you just lose fine details. 3.6 megabytes? Bloody hell, that's big. Yeah. I mean, that's still bloody big, but it shouldn't be too big. Okay. This one can be 512 by 512 quite happily. Right, I think now is the time to start making some of these before I get sidetracked and end up not actually making them at all. So let me just check which. So these are using Shop04 Tilestock.dds, yes. So why are they lighter than those ones? Oh, whatever, fuck it. You know what, I'm going to save that as the startup file because I always start with this. $15 meters. Wait. Oh, it's the pub. Yeah, sorry, that's the one that I mean. And then just stretch that until it doesn't look out of proportion anymore. So how deep is this building? About 7 meters plus the bit sticking out the back. So that means that this should go to about 3.5. And then I can work out the slope from there. There we go, that's about right. So the sides of the building, I'm probably going to have to just use the generic side wall bit again. So where's this edge at? That's 0.2, so 3.5. So that would be minus 6.8, as I want that to be. Okay, so what does this bit behind it do? Right, so there's a corner there. So let's call that here. So that's 7.5. Then I just want to make it have something more than just a flat back. Just in case it gets used in a place where that's a useful attribute to have. And actually I do want to fill that bit in. Whatever, it'll do, it's fine. Oh, hello. The other thing I need to do with all of these is I might need to extend them downwards on the Z. You know, let's just use these. There we go. Might actually keep the broken brick line in, because that kind of helps break up the join between the two. Right, okay. So no, that is not what the real thing does, but it will look just fine if someone happens to look around there, which is what we're going for. There we go. That should actually work quite well if you ever want to view it from the back. Cool, right. Roof tiles. I need to speed up with these. I need to do less time staring at them and deliberating. And you know what? For the sake of making it a little more interesting, how about we actually bow the roof a little bit? There we go. Just make it slightly skew-if. Yeah. Okay. So, what am I going to do here? Because I could extrude this front region slightly. Don't know what the fuck's going on with these bits. Let's have a look on Street View and see. Yeah, they're just like columns that end. Cool. Sure. That's how columns normally work. I mean, that sounds like a pretty serious issue to me. You'd better get on that and fix that. Don't know how you can leave it with a problem like that. Right, and then I guess I just cut out the top floor windows. I don't think I need to cut those out. This time I'm just going to use the knife. They're an odd shape. There's only 3 of them. It's knife time. There we go, that'll work. Chimney. Knew I was forgetting something. It's a chunky boy. Cool. Girthy chimney. It's the kind of chimney even Reese would be happy with. Oh, this isn't going to work properly. Oh well, screw it. We'll just do it the lazy way again. Right, so this time, what are we going to remember? Come on, I know you know. I know you know what we're going to remember this time. What is it we're going to remember? Sort of. You're really close. Apply the materials! Yeah! That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna apply the materials. That's too much. That's about right. Are you ready? Here we go. Material 1. Boom. Material 2. Boom. Then we're going to select by UV, pick up all the roof tiles, and we're going to assign material number 2 to the roof tiles. Not for this time, because these are old mossy tiles, not newer shiny slate tiles. I'm happy with that. That's good. Now we get to guess what's going to be wrong with it when we import it. I forgot to triangulate it. I don't need to do that anymore. No, we don't do that here anymore. Yes, he did. Oh, I have applied the wrong material to the... Oh, yes, there's one more material that I forgot about. It's fine. We'll go and deal with that in a moment. Yeah. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a moment. Yeah, we forgot material number 3. I can't believe that you guys forgot material 3. Like, it was so obvious. We were so nearly there. We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. Bog's addicted to LODs now. We've got him hooked on the LODs bug. Let's see. Yep. Yep. Excellent. Do you want me to see if that makes any performance improvement in my depot area? Awesome. We're going to find out that that wasn't the problem, and actually the problem was lines being written to the log file constantly because it can't lock the light map. But whatever. That's fine. Right, anyway, so I forgot to make the third material. Dankeschön, I will open that in a moment. Oh, it's so much quicker to fix things now. Right, we got our steering wheel on the lap again. Actually, you know what? Let's be all fancy and actually plug it in on the desk. Hell yeah. The sound of gear-driven wheels. Right, first let's just go and check that we've actually fixed this building. I like how these buildings look to drive past now. And yeah, that's fixed. Yep, I'm very happy with that. I'm making a lot of L-shaped buildings, aren't I? Okay, shift Y, shift Y, shift Y. 170 FPS. Stick bus in. 130 FPS. Getting cab. 80 FPS. Turn on fan, which is a button above your head. That one? That's the one. Oh, you know it. Right, so we're doing 60 FPS. 60, 60, 60. Let's wait for the depot tile to load. And we're doing 50 FPS instead of 27, which is what we were doing before. I think the LOD meshes have helped. There you go, 49, 50. I can't remember if I put the collisions tag on this junction yet. I did. Ah, don't worry about it. This is a hell of a lot better. Yes, they will. Yeah, those are perfect LODs. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about that. So now we're doing 30 something FPS. And now we're doing 40s again. Ah, that's the thing that slowed us down. It's this other bus. I found that the I've found that the E400 MMC is actually a very lightweight bus to use as AI. Like, it's a hell of a lot lighter than the Fleet line that I was using before. A lot of the problems with Farthington Town Centre before actually turn out to have been the Fleet line. So switching it from the Fleet line to the E200 MMC gave a significant performance improvement. Yeah. I mean the 200 MMC, yeah. I'm still a fan of how this area looks. wrong markings on here. There's a lot of things I know now that I didn't know when I first made Farthington. That roof line is starting to look a lot better as you're approaching the town. Oh, that's much better. It's a shame about this pop-in on the right, but there's bugger all I can do about that. I originally designed Farthington to be used with 2-tile loading, and then I realised that that's insanely performance heavy, so I stopped doing that. So this roundabout is one of the next things that's going to go. I'm really not a fan of it. What I am a fan of, though, is the fire engine I made. Big fan of that. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy with how this is starting to look. I'm really happy with how this is starting to look. I mean, it's unfortunate that only the town route is going to go down here and none of the other routes are, but you know, it's going to be fine. I do need a bunch of buildings to fill in this area here too. I might be able to reuse a few of these. Still don't know why these ones have lighter roof tiles than the rest. And yeah, I think the slightly wobbly roof on this helps. It just makes things look less square. Ask me when it gets released. It would certainly be an appropriate vehicle to run it. Right, what are we going to do now? I'm going to have a quick look in the chat. Yeah. E500 MMCs? Hell yeah. Oh, the Swan and Angel roof I'm probably just going to replace with a single pixel of block colour. What else have I got in here? You know what I've got in here? You know what I've got in here? Illegal buses! Except they're not illegal buses, they're from Showbus 20 something? 2016? They probably don't work anymore. Yeah, very old. All of these have been replaced since this. It's that Gemini 3. Yes, it's the flat-fronted Gemini 3. It's much better than the other one, you know? It's so much better. Ooh. Yeah. Keep in mind, all of these are 4 years old. Reese has done a lot better. Shall we find out what the eye shift is like on it? I doubt Reese will mind messing with something that's this old. Just shh.
Fire system pressure okay.
Yep. Look at that old steering wheel with old steering wheel textures. Sort of. I mean, it's kind of like just blurs from there to there. The ones that come with London will be better. I feel like I need to download the thing, let's see if this is broken. I feel like I need to... This has been completely rebuilt since now. Yeah, it's a lot better than this now, trust me. It's much better than this. The only thing I can really tell from that screenshot is the one on the right is a lot darker. I am pretty damn sure that this has been rebuilt since then as well. Anti-preview measures. Anyway, let's drive something we're allowed to drive instead. Oh, I do have this. Because they're from 2016. Let's get a bendy boy. And let's start it in the articulated buses bay in the depot. You know the thing that annoys me about the Citaro the most? Oh, oops. I need to test that slightly better apparently. The thing which annoys me the most about it, I don't find the driving position annoying, but it's perfect. In every way perfect. Yeah. Do I have no air pressure? I have no air pressure. It does show. But also, I think that it's I think it's actually a very good thing to have, honestly. Yeah, I really like it. One reason it's so good is because I know people complain about this camera view and people love having camera views where they can see all the mirrors. But if you're able to see all the mirrors, that means it's having to render all the mirrors, which tanks your frame rate. Not being able to see all the mirrors is a great thing. That is true. And personally, I still think this is a great thing to have. No, I know. I hate the ones that are off-centre. That sort of point at an angle. Like, desperately trying to squeeze all the mirrors in. Oh god. UK buses turn into EU buses. Well, there's the awful one Reese made years and years ago, which everyone complained about, so he got rid of. It was bad. Go on. Thank you. I did manage to make the roundabouts work relatively well. Hello. Flip dot master race. I will probably need to reduce the texture size of some of the buildings. Yeah. Oh, now that's the strat. What time is it? 4:53. So, I think I'm going to aim to finish the buildings that I made the textures for. I think that's a reasonable goal. I just want to see if I can squeeze a bendy bus into the bus station. Because there wasn't one to play with when I first made the map. Also, I clearly predicted the BA tails on the busway. I can't remember. I clearly predicted the BA tails on the busway because I designed the bus station entrance with just enough space to fit an E500 around the side. This is going to be tight. Arse, I've already cocked it up. Through the signpost, we're just going to ignore that that happened. So in real life, this bus stop bay actually sticks out into the road. So I might do that here as well. Let's see, I used to have the skills for this. Let's see if I still have the skills. I mean, the other thing is I want it to be fun to drive this map. So I want you to be able to just barely get a big bus through it. And it looks like that is exactly what we're doing. Yep. We have successfully just barely got a bendy bus through it. Which is exactly what I want. I want it to be just about doable. Yeah. Yep. Because I know people are going to try driving bendies on the map. I don't want to make it... I need to make that a proper junction. I don't want to make it easy for them, because then it won't be any fun at all to drive a small bus round it. But I do want to make it possible. Possibly with a diversion. There's another gear in there if you really try. And here the scenery runs out. So yeah, I need to get back to making buildings. Out of reach. Also, the cycle lanes are way too bright right now. All of the vans are a knockoff of something or other. This town centre area is starting to come alive. Now let's see if there's enough space to turn a bendy in it. No, there's not. Honestly, that's good, because it's designed to have enough space to turn a small bus. So it's honestly a good thing that you can't get a bendy around there. Let's just try it with the long E200. Because I want that to fit. Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion it's not going to fit, and you're going to have to back it. But I'm not about to change the road layout for... Oh, hello. Oh, I'm over here. so I might have to tell long buses to turn in the bus station instead. Or alternatively to turn using the other roads up there. But yeah, this is the kind of thing I want to run through here. Alright, see you around. It is the new Farthington. Under construction, as is probably obvious. Today I've been busy making new buildings. Oh yeah, that's not making it. I mean, I could just get rid of those parking spaces. What do you reckon? Do you reckon I should make more accommodations for it and get rid of some parking spaces here? Or do you reckon I should just force you to, Okay, yeah. Yeah, use a short bus or work it out for yourself. There you go. Let's just try the E200. Not long boy. Because this is more like the length of bus that ought to be running here. Darts are infamous for having awful lock. I don't think so, no. Yeah, the long E200 MMC does have a longer wheelbase than the E400 MMC does. Oh yeah, that's easy. No, darts have an appalling lock angle. The B7 RLEs and the B8 RLEs were so much better when I worked at Farthington Depot. But yeah, this will do it easily. No, it's not normal. Check your log file and make sure it's not filling it with errors. Yep. Yeah, the Solo is the bus that I really want to use on this route, because it just seems perfect for the place. Anyway, yes, I was making buildings. I know people have just turned up now they've started driving, but like, if I keep driving, then I'm not going to get anything done, am I? Oh, there you go, instant frame rate improvement. Just turn off the log file. That ought to do the trick. Right, new building. So, which one are we doing now? I'm so glad I have reference for this building because I am going to need it. So I've done that, so I need to do... Okay. Right, so here we go. We're going to speed model. Are you ready for this? Speed modelling. We're going to make 5 shops before the end of the stream. These 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to make those by the end of the stream. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's start with this one. So where on the street is that one? It's further along. There it is. He has, yes. So is that the one next to the Swan and Angel? Yes, it is. So 10 meters. You know what, let's make this the new startup file, because this is what I need when I start it up. In fact, let's make that the new startup file, because I need that projected from view when I start. There we go. Shop 11. Then we expand it. And honestly, this building I'm just going to make exactly the same on all the sides. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll... Okay, no, I am going to stick a bit out the back of it, I think. Also, I'm pretty sure that I got reference for the back of this at some point. Yeah, I went down here. So it actually looks like that from the back. Huh. And then it has this thing next to it. Oh, they put a fence here since I was here. Okay. Or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to make the back of this building, because making the backs of buildings makes them more useful. That means that I'm going to need to guesstimate how long this segment of the building is going to be. So actually this is painted brick, isn't it? This isn't just red brick, this is painted brick. No, it is just red brick. Okay, I thought from the side it was different. On the side it's plastered. Oh, God knows. Yeah. I think I'm going to use beige brick for the sides then, like I've done for all the others. Let's just get rid of that too. So in fact, let's separate these so that I can work on them individually, because I'm going to have to do some tricks with these. I said speed modelling so decisively, didn't I? It's not actually going to be that speedy. That will actually work quite well, I reckon. Though I think I will edge loop that bit. And that bit. And just take these bits. And just do that to them. So we've got a bit of the red creeping around the side. I think that'll improve things. Okay. I am going to need to extrude that, but let's just keep going with what we're doing for now. That'll do it. Okay, and then what we're going to do, and this bit will probably make Bog cringe. Okay, so let's stop and think for a moment. How is this roof going to work? Because this roof is confusing. Okay, we're going to make this separate. I think you possibly have more important things to do. Doesn't matter how these unwrap, they're just going to be grey. Possibly a different grey. Maybe this grey. There we go. Now there's a slight variation across them too. Cool, right, so let's go with old roof tiles on this boy. Don't know why, it just feels like an old tiles kind of boy. And time for a chimney. Are there any unnecessary faces here? Yes, that one's unnecessary. You can get rid of that. There we go. That will do the trick. Right, now we add the triangulate modifier to it and start cutting things out the front. This bit would honestly be better off just being a separate mesh. So let's do it like that. I think that Roadhog might also be doing ADHD style development. Okay, I'm going to need to do something a bit nicer here because this is going to be horrible. Because there's going to be a tiny face in there, which I don't want. And there's also going to be a pair of tiny edges out here, which I don't want. No, that did actually fix all of those problems. Okay. Right, and then we just grab these bits around the side and move them to somewhere else. Not quite sure where else. How about there? That looks good. There we go. See, what you need to do is you need to make a better sim to put that pack into. That's what I reckon you should do. You know what? I think that's a really great business model. I think you might be onto something. Yes, the simulator itself will be semi-fictional. I'm gonna make the gravitational constant 4! Ha ha ha! There we go. Now, see, they don't tell you that until the 5th year of your engineering degree. No, I know. No cat, no view. It's terrible, isn't it? I should just record the cat. Then I can just stick the video of her there. I mean, she is pretty stationary, isn't she? Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Trick or tracing, oh no. Oh, come on, give me the whole outside loop. Nope, it doesn't fancy it. Oh well. Yeah, but it's not something that anyone can do anything about. Right, that's one building in 23 minutes. It was a relatively simple one, but I did make it more complicated than it needed to be. I could have just made it a box with a pointy roof. And at some point I'm going to have to go back to making buildings as boxes with pointy roofs, because I'm going to need to make them fast. Mapping the cappings? The cappings? The cappings? Bastard! Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? How could you do this to me? I trusted you. The cat is outside somewhere. Oh, she really is the main feature of my streams now, isn't she? Everyone's just here waiting for the cat to come back. Are we competing here, or what's happening here? I'm not sure what's going on here. Are we competing to get things done quicker? Because you don't have the importing tool that I have. The first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to change your X exporter tool to make the SEO file that you need. There we go. This time we're ready. No, I mean Roadhog. Remember that I've already done the texture work for these, and the texture work takes probably 5 to 10 minutes per building. Also, I really need to redo the textures on the side of this. Fuck, I'm going to do that now, because I hate that. Which building's this? Shop 07. I need to redo the side wall of Shop 07 because it's disgusting, and I hate it. And I have plenty of source to work with here. There we go. That's going to look a lot better. In spite of it just being like the same texture repeated over and over, it's going to look a lot better. I am going to just tweak the lower part of it to fit better though. There we go. Right, let's re-export that. Well, actually no, I don't need to re-export it, I just need to copy the texture over. But you know what, it's actually going to be quicker to re-export it than to copy the texture over, isn't it? Because doing this I don't have to dive through the file directories and get everything in the right place, I can just do it. What a great tool. Oh, that's so much better. Look at that. Look how much better that is. Though I do also need to get rid of those from the blend file. Oh, and I also need to get rid of the LOD model because that's just useless. Okay, next building. So what's the next one? Oh, it's this one. This one's going to take a little bit longer. So 16 meters long, 16, 17. If I've got it right. Maybe less because that's sort of butted onto it. I reckon this was built onto the front of a much older building. Look at these old roof tiles. Huh. Yeah, look, they... Wait, what? I don't know what they've done here. I'm still going to go with 17 meters though. Come on, brain. 8.5. Thank you, brain. That actually looks like it's about the right size already. Yeah, cool. So what does the rest of the building do? It sort of goes back. I'm just going to duplicate the front onto the side, honestly. And then this bit back here, I'm going to give a flat roof and just... I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use this bit repeated over and over again for all the sides except the front. And everything will be fine. Oh, you know what else I should... Hang on. Before doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one quick Control R. I'm going to hit correct UVs. Because then... Yeah. I'm going to save that as the startup file. I'm also going to get rid of the light. That's the startup file now. Because now, there we go. Excellent. That one was in the wrong place. I'm just going to put one here as well, just to create a nice split there. Lovely. Unfortunately, this bit is... Oh, probably, yes. Unfortunately, this bit is... like, God knows what shape that is. Also, hang on. I reckon that that is supposed to be like that. I don't know, let's have a look at it. Yeah, and then those also come down from the top, which is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't necessarily need to do that bit. Because I think that's probably enough, but whatever. I mean, I can do that, because all I need to do is this, and then just delete those edges, and then that's that. And then I just extend that back a bit. So the other thing is I need to do a cut here, because this corner is actually set back. So I don't know what to do with these bits. Okay, so they're... Oh, ugh. Okay, so those need insetting and these need extruding. That's weird. I might not bother with the extruded bits, because I'm starting to get quite a high poly density. Plus these aren't actually then inset by quite as much as that. I mean, obviously I can just dissolve some vertices and take some geometry back out of it again. Well, I'm going to add that anyway. Come on. Fast. That's what we need. We need fast model. We need fast and reasonably effective models. One problem with these concrete buildings is they really show off that it was a rainy day when I took the photos. Yeah, I don't need to work any harder on that. But I do want to get the other bits stuck out as well. In fact, actually, I'm going to extend that, and then I'm going to project that from view as well. And do this with it. Oh, hello. Well, that ain't right. Where's that bit gone? Oh. Anyway, there we go. The underside, I'm just gonna put that in here instead. Just make it darker. And then honestly for this bit, just knife. Knife. Now there's an old meme. It's a meme from before the word meme was even a thing. I mean, does it truly count as a meme? It's sort of a proto-meme. I reckon that'll do. I might just make a box for that as well, though. This is going to be a nice looking one, actually. That's subtle, but I think that's going to help. Oh, fuck. I keep debating over whether I ought to add these things. I obviously want to add them, so let's just make them and stop thinking about it. It's not going to take long. It's not going to take long. It's not going to add much unnecessary extra geometry. I mean, there's the question of whether it's unnecessary at all if it does something useful. There we go, okay. Getting somewhere. Cool. You know what, I might as well just... do it like this. It's going to look a bit awkward because it's a repeat of the same bit of texture, but whatever. Right, now down this side we're going to use a repeat of this section. Except it's going to be a repeat that we are going to cut off here. I'm going to try and get this as vertical as we can. And then we're going to make it actually vertical. And then we're going to grab all these faces here, which is why I cut that bit off earlier. And we're going to duplicate them. We're going to dissolve this bit. Ooh, what does that do? There we go. Rotate it through 90 degrees. And then stick that on there like that. So yeah, this bit does look a bit awkward with the same obviously repeating texture over and over, but yes, it really does, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, so options. Do that. Just use a different bit of texture. What's this? Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, it's from over here. That's fine. Oh, that's awkward. There we go. Right, so how long does it need to be down that edge? $12 meters. So it's probably that and then another copy of the same thing, I reckon. Maybe I can use a flipped version for this bit. So then I get the cargo door there. I mean, how many courses is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then the last bits I'll just fill in with flat wall. In fact, I'm not even going to line up, I'm just gonna right, and then these sides, if I just split them down the vertical, then I can just make these oh shit, that ain't right. There, that's where it's meant to go. Okay, there we go. So now what we do is going to be a little bit interesting. I'm just going to have to do this the hard way, aren't I? So where is this? You know, that's a detail too small for me to bother with, I think. Or alternatively, I could just extrude this all in too far. I don't really want to do it like that. Okay, now I can do this. There we go, I can do it like this, and then I can just use a flat plane for the whole top. Okay, now the cool thing about this is that now I can just make a new plane. Which way is which? Yep, that's correct. And then I can just line that up to this corner. Like that. And then this whole thing is just going to get a generic murky grey map over it. that part of the same mesh? No, it's not. Now it is. Right, so I need to grab this mesh. Let's just turn that off. And this mesh. Well, this face and this face, rather. And then I need to give them an appropriate colour. There we go, just generically greyish, it's fine. It's not going to stand out is the important thing. Right, and then finally I need to give it that bit of roof it used to have. The weird bit. That. Which looks like it just sticks up along there. Right. That's a slightly convoluted way of doing that, but it works. And that's one of those bits where I'm trying to build it to be used generically, but also it's made for a specific spot and represents a specific building, so it's kind of hard to erase that from it without losing the character of the thing it's supposed to be. So that's... You know... I don't know whether to skip this roof or not. I'll make an A variant. Yes. You know, I don't need an A variant. This is fine. That end's not supposed to be seen anyway. Oh boy, right. So that's... Yep, so that one took significantly longer to make. Now we're going to apply materials to it. I definitely wasn't about to just import it without applying materials. That's not a thing that I do. Imagine that. Yeah, I know, it's just not a thing that I do. I don't know who does, but I mean, it just wouldn't work, would it? Oh yeah, Discord plug. On the slight chance that there's any of you here who aren't in my Discord already, I have a Discord. You have been plugged. Lol, get plugged. There we go. That looks much smaller than I thought it would be. Yeah, that looks much smaller than I thought. I mean, I guess it... Yeah, for a two-story building, it's about the same as the others. Okay. I mean, not that one, because that one's huge. But, you know. Bet this one will look good in UVS. I can't think of a single thing wrong with that combination of words. I don't know what you could be talking about. There we go. Yep, lots of nice things casting shadows from it. Works quite nicely for me. Though I still think this is probably the nicest building in UBS. It's a bit dark. Right, that's shop 12 done. Shop 13 time. Shop 13's an odd one. Because it's that. This is Lloyd's, isn't it? Not NatWest. So it's about 7 meters wide. Yeah, and apparently, believe it or not, this used to be a pub. I know you'd never have thought that, considering the history of St Ives and every single building in it. But yeah, apparently that used to be a pub. Oh man, how much of this detail am I going to be asked to do? Okay, so it looks like the roof layers behind are just kind of step, 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 step. So I'm just going to cut it here. It's going to need to be done manually. So, yeah, okay, so it looks like I should just... It looks like I should definitely cut out the windows. Also, it looks like I should definitely... raise that up because that window ought to be round. Okay, so I'm going to do this with the cut, with the thingy-madoodle. Oh my god, why was this much stuff necessary? Okay, and then there's this bit which sticks out, but we'll handle that later. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't do this. Well, we'll just knife it. It's odd, isn't it? I think it just reflects which bits the developers of that particular game cared the most about. Which bits they thought were most important. And if you're just trying to make something to make money, then something which looks good in the trailers is going to be more important than it is if what you really care about is making the best sim you can make. I'm trying to do the latter. Don't really see how this bit... Okay, it goes with that pillar. Got it. No, not got it. Oh. Okay, so the doorway actually protrudes. Come on. Right, and now what I need to do, this is going to be a bit awkward. So well, the first thing I'm going to do is make a new plane, align it to the player, not the player, you know what I mean, align it to view. Oh, this isn't going to work because I stretched it. I'm just going to have to do it manually. Thought this building might be a bit of a bitch. the big difference between OMSI and other bus sims is the other bus sims have been made to capitalise on a market. OMSI has been made because they wanted to make the best sim they could make. You know, I'm just going to ignore those top pieces. They're high up. They're going to be less visible. I picked a bad building to use for speed modelling, didn't I? I mean, it's still good practice. There we go. Sort of. Not quite. No, that's not right either. More? Yeah, it's meant to be more like there, isn't it? There we go. Oh, this is a messy ass shape to try and make. And the sides of this are just going to be plain old brick like everything else. Because, I mean, that's what they are in real life. Okay, just the middle bit to do. So, while I'm here, might as well just talk about modelling stuff. There is no right or wrong way to model. There are better ways to model and worse ways to model. But at the end of the day, the thing that matters is what you get out of the end of it. So there is no correct method to make this arch here. There is a correct result, but there is no correct method. So the way that I'm doing it here is a perfectly valid method of doing it. The thing that matters is what I've got out at the end of it is something which is low poly and is pretty much the right shape. That's all that actually matters. So you should never spend too much time worrying about what is the best possible way of making something. Because any way, if it gets you the result that you want, any way is the right way. Though not pushing things backwards and forwards because you keep forgetting to select the right thing is probably better than doing it like that. Right. That was a very complicated building to make. This'll be fine. I don't know who that is. It's honestly not that bad. Oh God. That's not somebody I want to sound like. Yeah, that is probably true. Yeah. Yes. Right, now I have no idea what kind of roof this thing has on it. Because it's obviously got that weird stepped thing at the front. Okay, so it doesn't actually go back very far. Yeah. Yes, getting the textures is the most time-consuming part, honestly. Actually, no, that's a lie. You can get a lot of textures within the space of a few minutes. But you have to learn what makes for a good texture and what makes for a bad texture, and you know, then make good textures. Yeah, that... yes. You can get away with Street View for quite a lot of things if you're making a free map. Yep. Though this tool that was pointed out to me a while ago is actually very useful. There we go. That's what we're going to use for the back of this building. The same texture we've used for the back of every building. There we go. My bum. My bum's tired. So we've got this weird thing going on with this building. Where it has this sort of monolithic stone... Okay, they're actually just sticking up over here, aren't they? Also, these windows look like they go nowhere, I'm guessing. So I can take a good guess that the actual profile of the roof starts here. Or there, maybe. Ah, yeah, look at it. You can see the corners here. Is that a shadow? Oh, God knows what this building does. Let's see if Bing has any higher resolution photography. Yes, it does. And yes, that's what it does. That bit just sticks up. Doesn't actually go anywhere, it just sticks up. And then there's a normal shaped building behind it. It's a surprisingly common thing. So now I just need to fill this in. Yeah, so the actual building is that shape. Did I accidentally? Yes, I did. But yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Right, so now I just need to add that pile of blocks that it has up here. Which, as far as I can tell, are specifically there to cover up this edge of this roof. This building isn't going to be particularly beautiful from angles it's not meant to be viewed from, but that's fine. Oh, hello. Of course, because I just cut this. It's not actually level. That's fine, though. Don't know how thick this bit's actually meant to be. Because it could be that it's meant to be like out here or something. And you know what, that's what we're going to go with, because that's going to make it a bit nicer. Everybody hide. Okay, they're taller than that. That's fine. hello. What's going on here? Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then? Oh, yeah. That's all that then. And we could try to make these a bit nicer. None of those are buses that I've ever really cared about. Right, I'm going to go with that. That is my best guess at what this building does. I mean, none of them are vehicles I've ever really cared about, so I don't really, like, have any interest in any of them. Just gonna stick some windows on the back. Just something on the back that's not blank. Right, and roof tiles. I feel like a bank would probably go with the slightly nicer tiles. What do these ones look like? Yeah, no, not those. Way too modern. Those are the tiles that a modern building uses when it wants to look old-fashioned. Right, so now what we do is we apply the triangulate modifier to it, and then we add materials to it. And we have 3 materials that we need to add. Yeah, look at that brain go. Hell yeah. Shall we add a chimney? Nobody's gonna see it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't really want anything for OMSI 2 anymore. I want to make my own sim. Right. Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the one. And also other buses to be included with the Veiling Pack. Those are my favourites. I mean, this building is actually over here in real life. It's not exactly there, but it's very close to there, so I'm going to put it there. There we go. I think I need to... No, it does need to be sandwiched between two other buildings. Because of that ugly ass bit at the end there. Just that bit. That's not nice. I mean, I can see if I can make it slightly nicer. That's less of a mess. Still not great, but it's less of a mess. There we go. That's made matters significantly better. I mean, really, these bits should be trying to use that. Let's see if I can do something with that. Looks okay. That'll do. That's a bit better. Right, so what do the other two buildings look like? Am I actually likely to get through these before wearing out? Because I don't want to just drive myself into the ground. Anyhow, I have got quite a lot done today because that's 3 buildings, a little bit of scenic work around here. No, sorry, that's 4 buildings. A bit of scenic work around here, a couple of fixes on other buildings, and I rewrote the program to import objects to make it much faster and easier. And yes, that does look a hell of a lot better now. No, that would look acceptable, just up against here as it is. Like that. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, yes, you know what? It's 7 o'clock. Made a good amount of progress today. And it's a good amount of progress that's going to lead to faster progress in the future because I have the object converter now. Tell you what, I'll fix the roof of this and then we'll call it a day. How about that? Because the roof of this is ugly. Let's just switch it to some generic grey blob. And that'll be significantly less ugly. Is there anything I need to get rid of in this scene? Nope. So did that actually overwrite it or what? So that was 3 buildings in about 2 hours. I need to get faster. I basically need to be pumping out a building every half an hour. There we go. Much less distracting. You can look at it from the above and accept it now. From the above. Oh yes, I can words. Also, that side needs to be hidden. That can't be there. Because the Weatherspoon's words is back with the yeah, definitely time to stop, I would say. also going to disappear for some food. I might just flip the back of it as well, just so that it's got the text on the right way round on all sides. I mean, that sounds fair enough to me. There we go. It's the right way around on all sides now. Yeah. More buildings, making it look more unique. Every new building I add makes it look less and less like somebody else's map. Yeah, oh yeah, that street sign's been on the road for a while, hasn't it? Yeah. Every building I add is going to make it more and more unique. Also, this road's been feeling too wide to me. God damn it. Damn it. Oh, I keep doing that. There we go. Or you could wait and then you can come and jump over to my simulator that I'm making. Did I mention that I'm making a simulator? Then you can edit stuff in the much better editor that I'm going to make. Which end of this is the... okay. It's going to do the thing. It did the thing. OMSI, just get the basics right, okay? Just the basics. Like, it's not a lack of features. This isn't a problem with features it does or doesn't have. This is just not working as intended. Oh, I'm adjusting the angle instead of the length. Duh. Ooh. Oh, that's curved, right, okay. So I am going to have to just do it as best I can. There we go. Nice. I'll just put the double yellows around this central area and then we'll stop. Hang on, let me just... I'm going to just copy all the coordinates from this. No, that's meant to be like that. There we go. Yes, there is. So let's try this. No log. No, let's not bother. It depends entirely on what the authors of those objects say you can do with them. You just have to check the permissions for everything you use. But the other thing is, if you're making a payware map, then it's worth making something unique and interesting, and that means making your own stuff anyway. That's a lot better with the double yellows. I'll lower that curve on the left too. There we go. And then this will open out into this view here. This is going to feel like a proper little town centre. Yes, I'm very pleased too. Yep. I mean, you can see my AI, you can see the distance they pop in at. See, watch this van here. The vans are a bit too aggressive. But you can see there. Though actually, looking at it, there's something I need to fix on the rear wheel by the looks of things. But anyway, yeah. In London, I made them pop in a bit more aggressively. Oh, I'm so happy that this is starting to really come together. Yeah, the registration plates of parked cars are always blank. They don't get reg lists. So either you can have them all the same, or you can have them all blank. But yeah, anyway, I might shorten this bit here to make a bit more open space here, which would be more like the real thing, and also mean I need to fill fewer buildings in over here. So, double whammy. Yeah, anyway, for London, I made the LODs of the AI a bit more aggressive. Bonk. So that it'll claw back a bit more performance. Anyway, yep. That's it for me for today. I am going to call it time there. As it is 7:15. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I will see you all later. Bye bye.